They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Spitestown Sherrill from between horses. Chipshire is there up on the outside as well. High Fair is going to kick in down to the inside now, and High Fair moves up to challenge for the top spot. Chipshire right alongside, though. Those two go at it into the first turn. Chipshire from the outside ahead in front. High Fair saving the ground down to the inside, and second by 3 lengths. Spitestown Sherrill is third. Cruise Bay fourth. Speed Lane is fifth. Scarlet Lace is in sixth. Mummy Dearest against the rail is seventh. Flatter Me Silly is eighth and last. 23.02 seconds. 9 lengths front to back as they move up the back stretch. It is Chipshire, the leader. Chipshire against the rail leads it by 2 lengths. And then High Fair second, 3/4 of a length. Spitestown Sherrill is third between horses. Cruise Bay is fourth out in the center of the course. Speed Lane against the rail in fifth, running 4 lengths from the lead to the far turn, followed by Scarlet Lace, Mummy Dearest, and Flatter Me Silly. 47.69 seconds the time for the opening half mile. Chipshire is the leader over to the far turn, leads at a length and a half to High Fair, second by a length. Cruise Bay is third up on the far outside, challenging for second. Spitestown Sherrill, fourth between horses. Speed Lane fifth down toward the inside. Flatter Me Silly is still last, 1/4 mile to come. Chipshire, Cruise Bay on the outside. High Fair between them third. Speed Lane leads room to the inside in fourth position. Final furlong, Spitestown Sherrill now taking fourth on the outside. Cruise Bay to the lead. Spitestown Sherrill is running on from the outside. Speed Lane had to go all the way to the far outside, coming late from third. Cruise Bay, Spitestown Sherrill, Speed Lane coming on. Speed Lane running on from the outside. And once Speed Lane got to the center of the course for James Graham, it was all over. Official winner of Keeneland's first race, the Middlebrook, won Speed Lane. The winner owned and bred in Maryland by Shell Evans, Kelly Rubley, the trainer, and James Graham, the jockey. Speed Lane, a 3-year-old filly by Union Rags out of Playful Humor by Distorted Humor. And they're off. And there goes Just in the Nick of Time, along with Smiling Silas. Smiling Silas to the early lead. Just in the Nick of Time will be second for the move down to the first turn. Tam and Rassett is away running in the third position. And then Perfect Sense up on the outside is fourth, and Benaya last of the 5. Early leader Smiling Silas. Mitchell Merle aboard. Smiling Silas against the rail, leading it by a length and a half. Just in the Nick of Time, a lane off the rail in the second position. Perfect Sense moves up third by a neck just to the outside of Tam and Rassett. Benaya is the trailer, nearly 5 lengths from the front off the first turn, and onto the backstretch they go. 24.89 seconds the time for that opening quarter. Smiling Silas, the leader. Smiling Silas against the rail leads at 3/4 of a length. The gray, Just in the Nick of Time, second up on the outside, a gap of 2 back to Perfect Sense, who's third 3/4 of a length, followed by Tam and Rassett. Benaya trails. 49.54 seconds, the time for the opening half mile. Smiling Silas guides the field over to the far turn. Leads at 3/4 of a length. Here comes Just in the Nick of Time, right alongside the leader now. And Perfect Sense is going to press the issue third. Up on the far outside as they move midway on the turn. Benaya is fourth, and Tam and Rassett back toward the inside fifth, but just 3 lengths from the leader. Around the far turn, Just in the Nick of Time has a neck in front. Smiling Silas is still there, though, to the inside in second. Perfect Sense tries to join that pair. In third, a length and a half off the lead. Benaya going to swing out to the center of the track from fourth. Tam and Rassett is fifth. Here comes Benaya far outside to try to catch Just in the Nick of Time. And these two going at it for the lead as they work their way to the final furlong. Benaya from the outside, Just in the Nick of Time there to the inside. They are duking it out through the stretch, and it is Just in the Nick of Time so far hanging tough from Benaya. Benaya's not finished yet, though. Benaya makes a final run on the outside at the line. Head bobbing. Photo for the win. Either for race 2, number 1, Benaya, owned by Scott and Evan Dilworth, trained by Joe Sharp, the jockey Luis Saez. And they're off. Queen of Shades comes out running for the lead from the far outside. Queen of Shades right to the front. Here's Sequin, and here's Carrick. That pair moving up down to the inside, second and third respectively as they head up the back stretch. Carrick now taking second. Sequin backs away into third. Had to check there briefly. Lost about a half length or so, but settles down third, a lane off the rail into the far turn. Further back, it is Dixie and Candyland, who's toward the inside in the fourth position. Amazima fifth, and Catch a Bid last of the six. 21.75 seconds for the opening quarter. Queen of Shades against the rail leads at a length around the turn. Sequin second a half length. Carrick is third toward the inside. Dixie and Candyland trying to work toward the outside, comes off the rail from fourth. Amazima wide fifth off the turn. Catch a Bid is last, and Queen of Shades is still the one to catch in the stretch here. Queen of Shades, a two-length lead. Sequin, then Carrick. Catch a Bid down toward the rail. Amazima far outside. Dixie and Candyland needs to find more, and here comes Catch a Bid. Catch a Bid is sneaking up the inside, and here comes Dixie and Candyland from the outside. Catch a Bid, Dixie and Candyland. Amazima going toward third, but up front is going to be close for the win. Photo finish once again. Either official winner of Keeneland's third race, the Blackwood 5, Dixie in Candyland, owned by the Russ Davis Revocable Trust. They are at the post. And they're off. Baytown Frosty out for the lead, awfully fast away second. Ask the umpire third. Trebbiano comes out running in the fourth position. Tejano Twist is fifth. Storm Sequence moves up one spot from sixth on the outside. Then a gap of five back to Fleet Kiss in the seventh position around the turn. La Flecha is eighth. Overbore is ninth and last. Baytown Frosty the leader. Baytown Frosty leads it by 2 lengths around the far turn. Awfully fast is second by 2 lengths. Trebbiano third. Storm Sequence fourth up on the outside. Ask the umpire is fifth. Tejano Twist is in behind horses in sixth. Coming to the eighth pole, Baytown Frosty leads it by 3 lengths. Awfully fast second. Tejano Twist is toward the inside and has now moved up to third to challenge for second, but Baytown Frosty is still in front. Tejano Twist hasn't given up yet, but is running out of time. A length and a half between the top two. A late run from Overbore on the outside. Down to the line, Baytown Frosty. Overbore running late. Baytown Frosty wins it. Close for second, Overbore or Tejano Twist for that runner-up spot.
Baytown Frosty, another 2-year-old.
Paramount 2B, Baytown Frosty, owned by McEntee Racing Incorporated, of trainer Paul McEntee. Albin Jimenez is the winning jockey. Baytown Frosty, a 2-year-old colt by Frosted out of Tasha's Delight by Afternoon Delights, bred in Kentucky by Dr. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Sky Value from the inside, out for the early lead. Hey Kitten is up close in the opening strides. My Candy Girl is right there as well. And Thunder Buggy to join them as they head to the first turn. Thunder Buggy moves up on the far outside. Sky Value down toward the rail from that inside starting spot will save the ground, leading My Candy Girl and Thunder Buggy, who moves up now to challenge for second. Thunder Buggy moves forward and challenges for the lead off the first turn. Further back, Hey Kitten is fourth in between horses, now shifting lanes down toward the inside. Fashion Icon is fifth on her outside. Camellia Gal travels a lane off the rail up the backstretch in the sixth position. Artistic Jeweler is seventh, a break of nearly 5 more lengths back to Temperea, who's in the 8th spot. Lady Genevieve, 9th. Hat Tip is last of the 10, 23.03 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Thunder Buggy on top after a half in 46.6 seconds. Thunder Buggy leads at a length and a half to the far turn. And Sky Value second by a length and a half. My Candy Girl third up on the outside by a half length. Hey Kitten is looking for some running room toward the inside, midway on the turn in fourth. Camellia Gal is fifth toward the outside and still 6 lengths from the lead. Artistic Jeweler next toward the rail. Hat Tip goes wide, has a lot of ground to make up along with Temperea, though they turn for home. My Candy Girl trying to come after the leader, Thunder Buggy, and Hey Kitten is right there, and Hat Tip down the far outside. Hat Tip coming after Hey Kitten, who's got a narrow lead. Hey Kitten to the inside, and Hat Tip a length away. Hey Kitten finding more in the final 16th. Hey Kitten, Chris Landeros to win it. It was Hat Tip home second. Temperea was up for third. My Candy Girl was fourth, and Camellia Gal was fifth.
A fourth.
4, Hey Kitten Owned by September Farm LLC of Brooke Baker. Trained by Rodolphe Brisset. Chris Landeros, the jockey. Hey Kitten, 4-year-old filly by Haynes. And they're off. Mo Beat Ya Bad comes out for the lead. Here's Alfie Solomons hustling up down toward the inside to challenge for the lead. Alfie Solomons moves by up the rail, has the lead now by 3/4 of a length. Mo Beat Ya Bad going to back away, but a close second as they move for the far turn. Then a gap of 4 to Twinkling Night third. Shipping Port changing lanes to the inside and fourth within 4 lengths of the lead to the turn. First Deputy toward the outside next to last. Amani's Kitten trails. Opening quarter went 22.6 seconds. Alfie Solomons the leader. Alfie Solomons by 3/4 of a length. Mo Beat Ya Bad is second up on the outside, a length and a half. Shipping Port is third to the inside. Here's First Deputy moving up and fourth between horses, swinging toward the outside. Still 4 lengths off the lead. They turn for home. Alfie Solomons with Mo Beat Ya Bad right alongside. First Deputy 3 lengths away in third. Shipping Port is fourth. Alfie Solomons short lead. Mo Beat Ya Bad is there. First Deputy still trying to join that top pair is third and driving at them from the outside. Alfie Solomons, First Deputy. Mo Beat Ya Bad between them. Alfie Solomons, First Deputy on the outside. Alfie Solomons, First Deputy at the line. First Deputy gets up to win it from Alfie Solomons. Winner of Keeneland's 6th race, the 6th First Deputy. More in a moment. In addition to the inquiry focusing on the unofficial runner-up, number 1, Alfie Solomons, there is now a claim of foul lodged by the rider of the 3rd place finisher, number 2, Mo Beat Ya Bad, claiming they are at the post. And they're off. The Connector bounds right into stride. American Mandate is right there in the opening strides as well. The Connector to the front. American Mandate a neck away to the outside in second. Here comes Oak Hill. And Oak Hill is moving up fast now between horses and challenges for the lead. So Oak Hill draws alongside of the Connector. American Mandate going to back away to third. Just over 2 lengths from the leader to the far turn. Followed by Star of Kodiak, who hugs the rail in the 4th position. Kingpin is in 5th. And Shackelford's Joy last of the 6. 23.1 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. The Connector is the leader. The Connector leads it by 3/4 of a length around the turn. Oak Hill, second, a length and a half. American Mandate, third ahead. Star of Kodiak is challenging that one to the inside. Off the turn, a 1/4 mile to come. Kingpin and Shackelford's Joy at the back. The Connector, Star of Kodiak up the inside. Oak Hill is there. American Mandate is still 4th. Here comes Star of Kodiak up the rail to try to challenge the Connector for the lead. The Connector fights off the challenge so far. Oak Hill third, American Mandate fourth. The Connector is still in front. The Connector by a length. The Connector, Corey Lannery, to win it. It was Oak Hill up for second by a neck over Star of Kodiak third.
Just watch Corey Lannery as we roll back this replay. He was as confident.
Winner of race 7, the Saxony. 3, the Connector. Owned and trained by Mark Hoffman. Corey Lannery, the jockey. The Connector, 4-year-old gelded son of City Zip out of Gleaning by Hard Spun. Bred in Kentucky by Nursery Place and Robert Manfuso. 5.5. Are at the post. And they're off. Pitaman comes right out for the lead, but Sovereign Change a step quicker, and Whiskey Plank is up close between that pair. Golden Spoke away running in 4th, Epimethium 5th up on the far outside. Sovereign Change has the lead 3/4 of a length. Whiskey Plank goes second, a half length. Pitaman third. Golden Spoke is 4th, now taking third, moving up to challenge for second. And then further back, it is Can't Stop This Man, who's trying to find some room in between horses. Has to back off a bit, tap the brakes there in the 5th position. Epimethium moves back by to the outside of that one as they head for the far turn. Mr. Walsh is placed toward the outside of horses and travels in the 7th position and is followed by Strutton Buck and a gap of 7 more lengths back to Kick Some Tail, who's struggling to keep pace in 22.76 seconds for the opening quarter. Sovereign Change leading Whiskey Plank by just a length. And here's Golden Spoke toward the inside, again challenging for second around the far turn. Pittum Man is there in between horses. Epimethium toward the outside. Mr. Walsh is moving in the center of the track. Mr. Walsh goes to fifth to fourth. Still three from the front as they turn for home. Off the far turn, Mr. Walsh is trying to move up. Golden Spoke is finding room between horses. In the meantime, Sovereign Change has lost ground. It is Mr. Walsh to the lead. Golden Spoke in second and can't stop this man to third. Strutton Buck to fourth. Mr. Walsh drawing clear in the final 16th of Golden Spoke. Strutton Buck and can't stop this man. Mr. Walsh wins it for Gabriel Saez. Strutton Buck was up for the second spot on the line. Mr. Walsh, owned by Jonathan Cohn and Nicholas Palmer, trained by Matt Shire. Gabriel Saez, the jockey. Mr. Walsh. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Take a Peek from the outside along with Fayette Blue. And Fayette Blue moves up now and puts a head in front. Ms. Temptation up close as well. Novician Sunrise comes away running in the fourth position. Now moves up a spot down toward the inside. Will save ground in tight against the rail around the first turn. Fayette Blue has the lead, though. Take a Peek second. Sweet Workout a three-wide third, moving up within a half length of the leader. Novician Sunrise is fourth down toward the inside, 2 lengths off the early lead. Stays against the rail as they move up the back stretch. Then Ms. Temptation fifth in between horses. Kitsy sixth up on the far outside. A break of 4 lengths. Commander's Palace travels in seventh around the outside of Empire Trolley, who's in the 8th position at the midpoint of the backstretch. And then further back, Maria's Revenge and Confident is last, running nearly a dozen lengths off the lead. 24.43 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Fayette Blue leads at a neck. Sweet Workout is second up on the outside. 49.16 seconds for the opening half mile. Novician Sunrise and then Kitsy out in the center of the course in fourth, still 3 lengths from the front. Take a Peek is fifth between horses. And then Ms. Temptation, who is sixth around the far turn. Fayette Blue against the rail leads it by a half length. Sweet Workout second. Kitsy far outside. Novician Sunrise is fourth down toward the inside. Looks for some running room off the far turn. Take a Peek is trying to find some room as well. Fayette Blue, Sweet Workout with Novician Sunrise still looking for an opening. Commander's Palace is coming down the far outside quickly. Now Novician Sunrise has running room. Novician Sunrise, Commander's Palace 1-2. It is Novician Sunrise in front by a neck, by a half length. Novician Sunrise and Joel Rosario to win it. Commander's Palace second. Fayette Blue was home third. Ms. Temptation across the line in the 4th position, and then Confident.
It wasn't exact.
Keeneland's 9th race, the Hermitage Farm, 2, Novician Sunrise, owned by the Alpha Delta stables of John Clay. Chad Brown is the trainer. 2 wins today for Joel Rosario. Novician Sunrise, a 3-year-old Warfront filly out of My Miss Sophia by Unbridled Song. Winner bred in Kentucky by Alpha Delta Stables, LLC. 1 mile over the turf listed good, 1 minute 37.53 seconds. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse, where we are off the turf today. The main track is listed muddy. We are off the turf. The main track is listed muddy. Time now for a look at the program changes, beginning in the first race, which starts the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes and also starts the early pick five. Race 1 comes off the turf. It goes 1 5/8 on the main track. Race 1 off the turf. It goes 1 5/8 on the main track. Scratch 3, Lake Nakuru, and scratch 6, Crown the Prince. Scratch 3, Lake Nakuru, and scratch 6, Crown the Prince. As a result of those scratches, there is no Super High 5 wager and no Superfecta wager on the first race. Race 2 is where the early pick 4 begins. Scratch number 5, Spun Easy. Scratch the 5, Spun Easy. As a result of that scratch, no trifecta wager and no show wager on race 2. Third race is where the pick 6 starts. There is a carryover, $66,284. There's also a carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $7,886. In that third race is off the turf. It goes 1 mile on the main track. That third race off the turf, 1 mile on the main track. Scratch the 5, Tiger Shark. Scratch 6, Windworthy. Scratch the 8, Prairie. Scratch 9, American Drama. Scratch 11, City Tavern. And scratch 13, Bester. Again, scratch the 5, Tiger Shark. Scratch the 6, Windworthy. Scratch the 8, Prairie. Scratch 9, American Drama. Also scratch 11, City Tavern. And scratch 13, Bester. Fourth race. That's where the late pick 5 begins. No changes at this time in race 4. Fifth race. Start of the late pick 4. Race 5 is off the turf, 1 mile on the main track. Race 5 off the turf, 1 mile, main track. Scratch 1, Lavish McTavish. Scratch 4, Weather Prayer. Scratch 8, Dance Some Mo. Also scratch 9, Find New Roads. Scratch 10, February Sun. Scratch 12, King of Miami. Scratch 13, Commodore Perry. And scratch 14, Happy American. Again, scratch the 1, Lavish McTavish. Scratch the 4, Weather Prayer. Scratch 8, Dance Some Mo. Also scratch 9, Find New Roads. Scratch 10, February Sun. Also scratch 12, King of Miami, 13, Commodore Perry, and 14, Happy American. As a result of those scratches, no Super High 5 on that fifth race. And again, that fifth race will go 1 mile on the main track. Sixth race has no changes at this time. Race 7. Race 7 is off the turf, 1 1/8 main track. Seventh race off the turf, 1 1/8 main track. Scratch the 2, Reina del Sol. Scratch 3, Girls on Fire. Also scratch number 6, Viburnum. Scratch 7, Go Big Green. Scratch 8, American West. Again, scratch 2, Reina del Sol. 3, Girls on Fire. Also scratch 6, Viburnum. 7, Go Big Green. And 8, American West. As a result of those scratches, no Super High 5, no Superfecta, no Trifecta, no show wager on race 7. And please note, number 9, Tis Splendid News, will draw into the race. Please note, number 9, Tis Splendid News, draws into the race. Eighth event, scratch the 10, Watermark. That's in the 8th race, scratch the 10, Watermark. Those are the current program changes. Off the turf, main track muddy. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Good afternoon to you, Kurt Becker, and to those of you joining us here at Keeneland Racecourse for the final 3 days, the first of the final 3 days of the Keeneland Spring Meeting. Scott Hazelton and Gabby, with you, and we look forward to this card. We look forward to the weather improving as well over the course of these next couple of days, Gabby.
It is the spring meet, but it definitely doesn't feel like the spring meet today. In fact, the next couple of days will be a little bit on the chilly side. And Scott, we had snow overnight that accumulated, was still here this morning. So unfortunately, we are off the turf on the main track. The main track is listed as muddy, but the sun is out, so I expect it to dry out throughout the afternoon.
Let's take a look at our featured event, which was washed off the turf course, a mile and an eighth, race number 7, entry-level allowance group. And Kurt Becker went through the changes, and he also pointed out the fact that the 9 draws in, who's going to end up being the very heavy favorite here today. Tis Splendid News should be awfully tough in this 7th and featured event.
She ran off the layoff right here at Keeneland on opening weekend, finishing second against a really nice filly named Caribbean Caper, but she should be able to handle 2 turns. She looks like the controlling speed. Her biggest threat will be the number 5, Il Malocchio, for trainer Kenny McPeak, who gets a class relief big time today.
Kenny's got 2 in here. He's also got the Rail Filly Forever Boss, 9-2, field of 4, race 7, part of the late pick 4, which many will be leaning on Tis Splendid News. That is the featured event, race number 7. Post time for it, 4:24 Eastern, but post time for the opener in just 20 minutes. Taking a look at the group in the paddock for race number 1. Again, off the turf course, the distance changed to 1 mile and 5/8. So a touch further than the 1.5 mile original distance, which would have been run on the turf course. And we're looking at the 5, Gabby. But what do you make of Yamato, who opened up at even money, was 4-5, and has just slightly drifted up to 7-5? What do you make of this action that this horse is taking?
I'm honestly pretty surprised, especially considering that this horse didn't run that well last time out against Starter Allowance Company, and his only start on the main track was against maiden $10,000 claimers, and he finished 9th in that event. So I am extremely surprised here. I don't have any info.
Neither do I, but it's something to keep an eye on. Watch this tote board and see if this action holds up over the course of these 19 minutes on the 4. But all right, I'm going to go to the 5-horse Winners Club, a son of Bayern who comes off of career best races. Granted, they were on turf. He was scheduled to run on grass here today. But I think maybe he's just become a better horse now at the age of 4 than he was when with Neil Drysdale in Southern California. He ran against some tough customers, including Authentic in his debut, eventual Horse of the Year of 2020. But Winners Club, Colby Hernandez, hopefully he can sit forward in the fashion that he has in his last 2 starts, the one at Woodbine and the one at Fairgrounds, 4-1, a nice price on my top selection. The rail horse, Tallest of the Tall, is my second choice. He comes out of a race which featured Beau Luminari, who was a competitor in the Ben Ali here during the stakes program this spring meet, and didn't run all that bad. And this horse has not run bad either in his last several starts. He moves over to the dirt for just the second time in his career. He's yet to face a run, rather, over a off-listed main track. So surface switch, maybe he sits close today because of the fact that the pace shouldn't be as quick as it was in his last several, going a mile with them running an extra 5/8 of a mile. I mean, this is a drastic change in pace, scenario, and distance for Tallest of the Tall. I think you've got to respect him out of the Claude Brownfield, the 3rd barn, with Sean Bridgmahan taking the call. And then finally on the outside, the number 7 horse, High Tide for Mike Maker. Maker with these long-distance types was going to run him 1.5 miles today. This horse has gone 1 mile and 3/8. Stamina, Gabby, should not be an issue whatsoever with Tyler Gaffleone in the saddle. The 7 High Tide getting close to favoritism now. We're now 8-5 on the 4, and the 7 is moving in that direction as he's down to 9-5.
I certainly think that this horse will probably go off as the post-time favorite, but it is worth noting the early money that the 4 is taking. The 7 High Tide is going to be the top pick for me. When this race was originally carded for the turf, I obviously had more confidence in this horse. Mike Maker just has a very strong ability to claim horses or acquire horses and wind up developing them into graded stakes winners going at long distances, marathon distances on the turf. This horse is a little bit of an unknown on the main track, but he is by Malibu Moon, arch on the bottom side. He should be able to handle the main track. And also when you're looking at these races, you also want to handicap for class. And I personally think he's probably one of the more talented horses in this field. So sometimes they can overcome even being on a surface that isn't necessarily preferred, but the class prevails despite. So the 7 High Tide is still going to be the top selection for me. As we move towards the 5 Winners Club for trainer Mark Casse, he started his career off on the main track, so at least you can see what you're getting with some of his races earlier in his career. Now, it does seem that he improved when he made the transition to the turf, and that very well could be the case. Or sometimes we see horses, they just improve. Maybe he needed some time. He was a late foal. He's now 4. His dirt races were when he was 2 and 3. So maybe this is a horse that is just improving at the right time, and I give a big look to here at 4-1. And then finally, the number 2 horse, Job Security. He's all dirt. All of his performances, with the exception of 4 races, have been on the main track. So you can look at his form and see what you get. I'd like him at this distance. He's coming out of allowance optional claiming races at the fairgrounds. My only issue with him is that this isn't a very big field with 2 scratches within the body of the race, and he has absolutely no speed. So I just don't know if the situation in this race is going to be conducive to his running style, if that race will come back to, or if the pace will come back to him. And he's on the board right now at 9-2, but still some strong money on the number 4 Yamato for Marat Sankal. We'll see what this horse can do, 3-2, but I go elsewhere with the number 7 High Tide in the opener.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race, the Pillar, and allowance for 4-year-olds and up. We are off the turf at Keeneland today. All 8 races will be contested on the main track, which is currently listed muddy. So race 1 off the turf, 1 mile and 5/8 on the muddy main track. Scratch 3, Lake Nakuru, and scratch the 6, Crown the Prince. Again, scratch 3, Lake Nakuru, and scratch 6, Crown the Prince. No super high 5 and no superfecta wager on the first. Double and pick 3 wagering are featured, and it is the start of the early pick 5, an all main track early pick 5. First race, 7 minutes to post.
Six minutes before the start of the Wednesday card, also the start of the early pick 5 today. We'll look at a couple of horses right now. Frontside observation, starting with Winners Club, the Mark Cassie trainee, who's coming off of the victory at Fairgrounds and returning to dirt for the first time since subpar efforts on the West Coast at Del Mar and Los Alamitos.
We've seen him have improved speed in his last 2 races, and you can see that from him on the track. He's a horse that's energized, very much on his toes. And Scott, he just kind of, in my opinion, looks like a horse that's just getting better, not necessarily getting better because of the surface, because of the turf. He's just a horse that's coming around, and he looks fantastic on track today.
We're starting to see the board, I don't want to say correct itself, but get more in line to what we thought we would see here leading up to race number 1, and that is the 4s drifting up to 2-1, and High Tide, the son of Malibu Moon, is down to the favorite odds of 8-5. He certainly has the size of a horse that 1 mile and 5/8 will not be an issue.
Size and fitness. There's not an ounce of fat on this horse's body, which always helps when you're going these longer distances. And he's cranked up. He's ready to go. It's really a question of whether or not he'll handle the main track today as well as he does on the turf. But he's definitely looking very, very sharp here for trainer Mike Maker.
5 minutes away from the opener.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, the Pillar, at 1 mile and 5/8 on the main track listed muddy. Off the turf today, all 8 Keeneland races to be contested on the main track. Race 1, start of the early pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Winners Club from the outside. Winners Club out for the lead. Yamato comes away with that one, a close second in the opening strides as they move around the far turn. High Tide toward the far outside is in third. And then Tallest of the Tall fourth, and Job Security right alongside of that one. But Winners Club is the leader, and Winners Club has gotten over next to the rail and leads it by only a half length. Yamato is second by a length as they move toward the top of the stretch, with High Tide staying toward the outside in third position. Job Security a couple of lanes off the rail in fourth, and Tallest of the Tall is last of the 5. The opening quarter went in 25.11 seconds. Still just over a lap to go. Winners Club is the leader by a length. Yamato is second by a length. The High Tide, who's third up toward the outside. Job Security has angled down toward the rail now. Moves up a closer fourth, up to challenge for third. Long way to go here. Tallest of the Tall is still last. That first half mile on the board in 50.41 seconds, and Winners Club continues to lead. It is Winners Club who is in front by 3/4 of a length. Yamato goes second, inching forward again up toward the outside. And then High Tide is third, followed by Job Security. Job Security fourth, stays toward the inside, again moves up to challenge for the third position, looks for a little more running room, hasn't found it just yet as they hit the backstretch. And finally, Tallest of the Tall, who's at the back 6 lengths from the front, 6 furlongs, 1 minute 16.93 seconds. Winners Club continues to lead, and Yamato is still there on the outside. Less than a length separate the top 2. And then High Tide out in the center of the racetrack still travels along in that third position, but third only by a neck. Job Security is next toward the inside, then a break of 5 more lengths. Tallest of the Tall is at the back as they reach the midpoint of the backstretch, and Winners Club continues to show the way for Colby Hernandez, the mile in 1 minute 42.59 seconds. So Winners Club leads at a half length. Yamato second by a length and a half. High Tide is still there, but still third up on the outside, followed by Job Security, who's right there to his inside in fourth, midway on the final turn, and tallest of the tall, the distant trailer. Now, Yamato is starting to draw alongside of Winners Club. They're matching strides for the lead. Job Security decides time to go now, top of the stretch, and moves toward the outside in third. High Tide going to have to go 4 wide from that fourth position to the top of the stretch. Tallest of the tall, distant trailer, and Job Security goes to the lead. High Tide goes to second. Winners Club back to third. Yamato in fourth. Final furlong, Job Security has opened up 5-6 lengths clear of High Tide. It is Job Security who is rolling on at the 16th pole for Adam Beschizza. Job Security will take the opener at Keeneland. High Tide will come across the line in the second position, and then further back, Tallest of the Tall is running on late and does get up in time to grab third.
Job Security able to settle off the pace, which was slow to be expected, but once Adam Beschizza asked for something from Job Security, he's able to go 3 wide and go right past the pace setters very easily.
He really did look like a winner at the quarter pole under Adam Beschizza. He just looked like he had so much horse underneath of him and kicking clear late in the stretch. And this is a horse who was the dirt horse in an off-the-turf race. So you actually got a pretty decent price if you bet him at 3-1. The number 2, Job Security, 2-7-1 across the board in the opener.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race: 2 Job Security first, 7 High Tide second, 1 Tallest of the Tall third, and 5 Winners Club fourth. 2-7-1-5 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the Pillar Allowance 2, Job Security. Owned by Lothenbach Stables Incorporated of Bob Lothenbach and trained by Neil Pessin, Adam Beschizza, the jockey. Job Security, 5-year-old gelded son of Distorted Humor out of Serenading by AP Indy. The winner bred in Kentucky by Hillendale Equine Holdings Incorporated and Hillendale Farms. Keeneland sales grad gets the mile and 5/8 over the main track, listed muddy for the first race in 2 minutes 45.05 seconds. First race, results official, 2715, the official results. Keeneland second race upcoming. Again, Keeneland off the turf today. All races on the main track. Race 2 finishes in the short stretch at the first wire. Main track listed muddy. Second race, scratch the 5, spun easy. 5 spun easy, scratch, no trifecta, no show wagering on the second race. Double and pick 3 wagering are featured. Start of the early pick 4. Third race, a reminder, race 3 off the turf, 1 mile on the main track. Third race off the turf, 1 mile main track. Scratch the 5, Tiger Shark. Scratch the 6, Winworthy. Scratch 8, Prairie. Also the 9, American Drama. Scratch 11, City Tavern. Scratch 13, Bester. Again, scratch 5, Tiger Shark. 6, Winworthy. Also scratch 8, Prairie. Scratch 9, American Drama. Also scratch 11, City Tavern. And scratch 13, Bester. 1 mile main track, race 3. Fourth race. No changes at this time. Race 5, a reminder, race 5 is off the turf. It will go 1 mile on the main track. Fifth race off the turf, 1 mile main track. Scratch the 1, Lavish McTavish. Scratch the 4, Weather Prayer. Scratch the 8, Dance Samo. Also scratch the 9, Find New Roads. The 10, February Sun. Also scratch 12, King of Miami. 13, Commodore Perry. 14, Happy American. That's the fifth race. Scratch the 1, Lavish McTavish. Also scratch 4, Weather Prayer. Scratch 8, Dance Some Mo. Also scratch the 9, Find New Roads. The 10, February Sun. Scratch the 12, King of Miami. 13, Commodore Perry. And 14, Happy American. No super high 5 on that fifth race. Taking a look later in the card, turning to the 8th race, there's a late jockey change in race 8. Number 1, Fine Prospecture. That'll be Martin Pedroza. It's the 8th race. Jockey change on the 1, Fine Prospecture. Make the jockey Martin Pedroza. Also in that race, there's an overweight, number 3, Amber Waves. The jockey, 3 pounds over. That's the 8th race. Number 3, Amber Waves. The jockey, 3 pounds over.
Race number 2, 16 minutes to post, scratched down to a field of just 4, even money on the 1 Golden Curl. We'll get to her second up. I go with Resurrection Road, though, as my top play. She's 3-1 right now. She is the third choice currently in this compact field. And this is a mare that takes a drop down in class. She's been facing tougher customers in her last 2 at Keeneland. She was a wire-to-wire winner at Indiana Grand when she picked up her 3rd lifetime victory with Gerardo Corrales. Corrales gets the opportunity again today. I think the class relief is significant for her and makes her a contender on par with the 1 Golden Curl. Golden Curl is even money right now for Brian Lynch. She comes out of turf races at Gulfstream Park, where she did win 2 starts back for $35,000. And looking at that versus what Resurrection Road was able to do at Indiana Grand, I think they're very much on par. And this is going to be a bit of a cat and mouse game between Corrales and Beskica and the rest of these riders when it comes to this compact field of 4. So you've got to respect Golden Curl. Her last dirt race was at 1.25 miles back at Churchill Downs. She sprinted here last summer at Keeneland, and even prior to that at Churchill behind some tough runners, including club cars. So you've got to respect her on the inside with Beskica in the saddle. And then finally, Subiaco, the number 3 horse, 5-2 right now. Gabby, winner 2 back on an off track at Oaklawn Park, has won 3 starts over the course of her career. She's going to have to step up to be on par with the inside 2, but you've got to respect her current form and the swing they're taking here running this mare for 40 here at Keeneland Racecourse.
I did go to the 1 Golden Curl. I do agree with you, though, Scott, that the pace is going to come between the 1 and the 2, depending on what the rider's strategy is coming out of the gate. The 1 Golden Curl, I just think, has a little bit more class. Now, there are horses in here, several horses that are dropping down in company from the 2 other than allowance race, which can come up to be very, very tough, including Golden Curl's last dirt race. I don't think she necessarily wants to go 1.25 miles. So now she's coming back to the main track at a suitable distance of 1 mile. She's been running the mile on the turf the past couple of starts. So this just seems like the right distance and an okay surface for her to get the class relief. If Adam Beskica decides to go, that's fine. If he decides to sit off the pace of the 2 Resurrection Road, I also think that's fine. At least she has some recent form, and we know that she's going to be fit here for trainer Brian Lynch. The 2 Resurrection Road is my second selection. Like I said, she'll probably be forwardly placed in here. She went the mile last time out. She chased a very fast pace. She was on top of the pace when she went 2 turns at 1 1/16 miles here at Keeneland prior to. Problem is she just hasn't raced in several months. Her last race was in November. So that's really what put me over the edge with the 1 Golden Curl, was that she has recent form, and the 2 Resurrection Road, she is coming in off of that layoff since November. And then the 3 Subiaco, I think, is really the only other alternative here to the other 2. She should be able to at least sit a close trip. I don't think she's as fast as the 1 and the 2, but could likely sit a stalking trip there under Joel Rosario. So it's easy as 1, 2, 3 for me in the upcoming second.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. Fillies and mares age 4 and up, a $40,000 claiming price, 1 mile over the main track, listed muddy. Scratched the 5, spun easy. The 5 spun easy, scratched. No trifecta, no show wagering on race 2. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering are featured here. It's the start of the early pick 4. All 8 Keeneland races are on the main track today. We are off the turf. All 8 races on the main track. Post time at 7 minutes.
6 minutes away from the start of the early pick 4. We've got some snow flurries picking up here on the front side as the clouds continue to pass through Lexington, Kentucky. Golden Curl is where we'll start here on these front side observations. Nice looking mare by Curlin, looking for another win here at Keeneland. Previous victories have occurred elsewhere as well. So a filly that has to be respected based on the way that she's looked here in the proceedings. And 9-5 right now obviously is, as she is the current favorite. And then just another quick glance in here. Subiaco, a mare by Wilczyk, Take Charge, chestnut mare, like her father, under Joel Rosario. She was ready to go when she came out, like the way that she was acting as far as energy is concerned. And this is the mare that is stepping up to this rank, I should say, from her previous win. They tried her in allowance company last time out, optional 30, which are tough races down at Oaklawn Park. So we'll see if she can respond with a top effort here today. She's a good price at odds of 5-2. Every one of these mares would not be a surprise. Just a field of 4. You've got 5 minutes to get those wagers in.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the all-main track, early pick 4. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. Resurrection Road is first away. Golden Curl going to provide company to the inside, though, as they head down to the first turn. Golden Curl moves up against the rail. Resurrection Road there to the outside. That's the early battle for the lead. Resurrection Road now moves on by for Gerardo Corrales. Clears for the lead, gets over to the inside to save some ground around the first turn. Leads it by a length and a half to Golden Curl, who's second by a half length. Subiaco is in between horses in third, a half length. And Yes, I'm Evil moves up in fourth as they line up across the track. Heading off the first turn and up the backstretch. 23.99 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Golden Curl moves up and takes the lead by just a neck, now by a half length. Yes, I'm Evil moves forward to challenge second to the far outside. And then Resurrection Road back to the inside. Subiaco moves up now third, now second between that pair. As Subiaco is just off the leader's flank from between horses after an opening half mile in 47.44 seconds. So over to the far turn, these four go, and it is Golden Curl to the inside who leads it by a half length. Subiaco is second, 3/4 of a length. Yes, I'm Evil, far outside, is third, a half length, and Resurrection Road got the shuffle back into fourth as they move around the far turn. The leader, Golden Curl, comes to the quarter pole, moves by it, has the lead by a length and a half. Subiaco is still second by 2. Yes, I'm Evil to the outside, top of the short stretch, and then Resurrection Road, who's contesting that third spot, but Golden Curl is the leader. Golden Curl comes into the final furlong, leads it by 3 lengths. Resurrection Road, who had that early lead, now rallying back, got shuffled to last on the far turn, and is back up on the outside to take the lead again. Resurrection Road, Gerardo Corrales to win it. Golden Curl was second. Yes, I'm Evil third. And Subiaco was fourth. An affectionate pat on the neck and well-deserved for Resurrection Road from jockey Gerardo Corrales.
You are not supposed to win races in that fashion, but she does, and kudos to her, her conditioner Eric Reed, and Gerardo Corrales with Resurrection Road. At this point, it's game over, but he gets her to re-rally in the final 8th, and she pulls off this victory.
Yeah, Scott, in smaller fields, weird things can happen, and this was definitely a very strangely run race as Resurrection Road was on the lead early, then was taken back, shuffled back to last, and then re-rallied here to get the victory under Gerardo Corrales. Congratulations to the Connections, 5-2 on top of the 2 Resurrection Road.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. 2 Resurrection Road was first. 1 Golden Curl was second. 4 Yes I'm Evil was third. And 3 Subiaco was fourth. 2-1-4-3 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, 2 Resurrection Road. Owned by Michael Schlobaum, trained by Eric Reed, Gerardo Corrales, the jockey. Resurrection Road, a 5-year-old daughter of Bellamy Road, out of Marvelous Darling by El Corredor, bred in Kentucky by Michael and Dustin Schlobaum, a mile over the main track, listed muddy, 1 minute 37.12 seconds. 2-1-4-3, the unofficial results. Second race results official. 2-1-4-3, the official results. Keeneland's third race upcoming. Race 3 off the turf goes 1 mile on the main track. Third race off the turf, 1 mile on the main track. Main track is listed muddy. In this third race, scratch the 5, Tiger Shark. Scratch the 6, Winworthy. Scratch the 8, Prairie. Scratch the 9, American Drama. Also scratch 11, City Tavern. And scratch 13, Bester. Again, scratch 5, Tiger Shark. Scratch 6, Winworthy. Also scratch the 8, Prairie. Scratch 9, American Drama. Scratch 11, City Tavern. And scratch 13, Bester. Carryover for the Pick 6, $66,284. This third race is where the Pick 6 gets underway. And a carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $7,886. Off the turf today, all races on the main track at Keeneland. Looking ahead, fourth race has no changes. Race 5, a reminder, race 5 is off the turf. It will go 1 mile on the main track. That's race 5, off the turf, 1 mile on the main track. Scratch the 1, Lavish McTavish. Scratch the 4, Weather Prayer. Scratch the 8, Dance Some Mo. Also scratch the 9, Find New Roads. Scratch the 10, February Sun. Also scratch 12, King of Miami. 13, Commodore Perry. And 14, Happy American. That's in the fifth race. Scratch the 1, Lavish McTavish. Scratch 4, Weather Prayer. Scratch 8, Dance Some Mo. Scratch 9, Find New Roads. Scratch the 10, February Sun. Also scratch the 12, King of Miami. 13, Commodore Perry. And 14, Happy American. No super high 5 wager on that fifth event. Race 6 has no changes at this time. Seventh race off the turf, 1 1/8 main track. Seventh race off the turf, 1 1/8 main track. Scratch 2, Reina del Sol. Scratch 3, Girls on Fire. Scratch 6, Viburnum. Scratch 7, Go Big Green. And scratch 8, American West. Again, scratch the 2, Reina del Sol. Scratch 3, Girls on Fire. Scratch 6, Viburnum. Scratch 7, Go Big Green. And scratch 8, American West. No super high five, no superfecta, no trifecta, no show wagering on race 7. Please note, number 9, 'Tis Splendid News, draws into the race. 8th and final race, scratch the 10 watermark. That's the 8th and final race, scratch the 10 watermark. Jockey for the 1, Fine Prospect Tour, will be Martin Pedrosa. Number 1, Fine Prospect Tour, Martin Pedrosa, the jockey, weight is okay. Overweight, 3 Amber Waves, the jockey, 3 pounds over. Off the turf, everything on the main track, currently listed money.
Today's Pick Six begins with this third race. We have a carryover from Sunday, 66,000 plus carries from Sunday. So we expect to see a significant pull over the course of the next 20 minutes grow, with it kicking off here with race number 3. The current favorite is the Juddmonte runner for Chad Brown. That is Realm of Law, son of Warfront, who's going to be trying dirt for the first time. Was beaten by a stakes winner 2nd of July on debut. I go to the one horse Ready to Pounce for Lothenbach Stables and Neil Pessin. This team looking for their second win today. They took the opener, and this is a colt that is a full brother to Ready for Change, and that filly was the favorite in a turf event on Saturday, and she was unbeaten on the main track and 2 off the turf runs going 5.5 furlongs. And she had the turf pedigree. The lineage suggested she was going to handle the grass. She didn't run to expectations, but on the flip side, this colt being a full brother to her, and she was unbeaten and ran fast races on the dirt, who's to say that he can't move forward off of a decent debut at Fairgrounds, where he was 10 lengths out of it, ended up 4th, only beaten 3 1/4. He needs to break sharp from this inside post, but you got to like this colt in here with the pedigree and the family lines and the expectations I think that at least I have in the main track debut here today, going 2 turns. The number 3 horse, Bedouin Fighter, son of Warfront, who was speedy on debut but just completely stopped in that race and was beaten 10 lengths in the end. That was in a quickly run 6 furlong sprint. 109 flat was the final time at the Fairgrounds. But a colt by Warfront out of a mineshaft mare. The distance pedigree is there. Steve Asmussen looking for his second win on the meet. You got 6-1 right now. A solid price on Bedouin Fighter for race number 3. And then the number 4 horse, Emphasize, for Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners, a son of Exaggerator, who was debuted at Turfway Park, and another fairly quickly run race for a sprint up there at Turfway, 110-1. Ran a bit of an even race, but gets to stretch out to a route. Son of Exaggerator, who was a Grade 1 winner on the main track. He himself handled the off track, not quite as off. Today here at Keeneland is what Exaggerator was running over, but at least you've got that to lean on, and there's hope for it. And Johnny Velasquez takes the call. So, Gabby, I'll take a swing against this Juddmonte runner in here with 1, 3, and 4.
And we saw this happen a couple weeks ago during the Keeneland spring meet, where a race came off the turf and there was a Chad Brown runner in there and was bet off the board and wound up losing that race, finishing 3rd or 4th. I can't quite recall, but did not win at a very short price. And I kind of get a similar feeling with this horse. I appreciate that Chad leaves this horse in despite it coming off the turf. But when you look at his pedigree, it definitely seems more suitable for the turf. We'll talk more about him in a minute. I'll talk about my top selection. That's the number 4, Emphasize. Second-time starter for Graham Motion. Scott mentioned a son of Exaggerator. Also a late foal, May foal, so I think he probably needed his first race. He's now really coming around. He's bred to handle 2 turns. There are so many angles that you can approach this horse with that you would think he could improve today. The 2 turns, coming to the dirt, 1 race underneath of his belt. And on top of that, not only is he a son of Exaggerator, he's also out of the mare Gem Sleuth by Officer. The mare, she was all dirt, and there was only 1 sibling to win on the turf. So I actually thought this pedigree would be better on the main track. So maybe the connection's happy with what has happened coming off the turf and onto the main track today. The 3, Bedouin Fighter, thinking that this horse should be able to relax going 2 turns. He should be the speed of the race as well. He's a son of Warfront out of Joyfully. There's a little bit of turf pedigree on the bottom side, but I think he should be just as fine on the main track. And the play here is that he looks to be the controlling speed. And then finally, the 10, Realm of Law. This horse ran well in his first race to 2nd of July, a nice stakes horse, eventual runner in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. And this horse was bet off the board in his first start. He is by Warfront, and he's out of Filimbi, who is a multiple Grade 1 placed on the turf. So a lovely pedigree for the turf. So that's why I think that this horse could be a bit vulnerable on the dirt today. Warfronts, they tend to run on anything, but we're talking about, you know, trying to go against a horse who's going to be a very short price, when others in here might be better bred, better suited for the main track. He's a beautiful, big, hardy, good-looking horse, and I'm happy that they gave him time since his last race, because personally I thought he probably needed to kind of grow into himself. Watching that replay, he looked like a big horse, twice the size of the horses he was running in that 2-year-old race. But it really is a question of whether or not he will like the main track, and I'd rather take a shot with horses that have a better odds, have a better prices than 6-5 on this runner, the 10 Realm of Law for trainer Chad Brown. It's going to be 4-3-10 for me as horses are saddled up for the third race, 15 minutes out.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's third race off the turf, 1 mile on the main track, which is listed muddy. A reminder, scratch the 5 Tiger Shark, scratch the 6 Windworthy, scratch 8 Prairie, also scratch the 9 American Drama, scratch 11 City Tavern, and scratch 13 Bester. Off the turf, 1 mile main track, double pick 3, pick 6, $66,000 carryover, and a carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High Five, $7,886. Off the turf, all races on the main track for this pick 6. 5 minutes.
Horses on track here, warming up for the upcoming third race, and we'll start off with a horse towards the inside. That's the number 2, Sergeant Strawberry, a horse that I didn't use in my top 3, nor did Scott. But watching this horse come out to the main track, he definitely looks like a dirt horse. He's sold at. He's got, a decent pedigree on the bottom side. I just think it's really interesting, this horse getting to the main track today. There's not really anything you can glean from his first race. It was going 1 1/8 on the turf course, and he didn't appear to have any speed that particular day, but maybe he was running on the wrong surface, and I don't think this came up to be that strong of a field here today. So I thought he was a very curious horse at 13-1 just from looking at him on the track. The 4 Emphasize, I like him even better on the main track and the post parade, even more so than just picking him off of paper and off of pedigree. When you look at this horse, there are, in comparison to the field that he faces today, there are a couple of horses that I don't think really want to go too far physically, and then there are a couple of horses that really do look like turf horses, and I don't see him being either one of those. He's got a long reach, just a good-sized horse, and he definitely looks like he should take to the main track here today for trainer Graham Motion. He's definitely bred to, but physically he also looks like it as well. And then finally, the number 7, Incitatus, for trainer Ian Wilkes. This horse has never tried the main track before in his life. I think he might be able to run on it, to be honest. And if that's the case, then he should be able to be forwardly placed. He's got 1 race underneath of him. I thought it was a fast race, too, that maiden special weight at Gulfstream Park. So he's got speed. He has recency, and he comes to the main track. We have seen Ironicus and his progeny be able to produce dirt winners. So maybe this horse is a little bit of a wise guy play in here as well at 5-1. But those were the 3. The 10 is fine. He's just a very, very big horse. So I think the key to him is to get out of the gate. You can see him warming up on the track right now, and he looks fantastic, a beautiful looking horse. And he's bigger than what I thought he would be from watching his first race. It really is a question of the main track, though, and if he can get out of the gate, because he does have some size to him. He is at 3-2 on the board as we are 4 minutes out from the third.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the Summer Wind. Off the turf, it goes a mile on the main track. We'll finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Start of the all-main track pick 6. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. Bedouin Fighter right out for the lead. Incitatus is there. Charger up on the outside, ready to pounce back toward the inside. Bedouin Fighter, the leader, gets over next to the rail, leading Charger into the first turn. Incitatus third, ready to pounce, saving the ground fourth against the rail. Emphasize fifth, Realm of Law sixth. Sergeant Strawberry, a distant seventh here early on, losing contact with those first six around the first turn. Up front, side by side for the lead. Charger moves up, has the lead now. Charger 3/4 of a length onto the backstretch. Bedouin Fighter content to give way in the second position a length. Incitatus moves to the outside third by 2. Then ready to pounce, Realm of Law. Emphasize between horses, Sergeant Strawberry at the back. 23.26 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Charger the leader. Charger in front by 2 lengths, midpoint of the backstretch. Incitatus second, a half length, ready to pounce up the inside third. Realm of Law stays toward the far outside in fourth. Emphasize between horses is in fifth position. Bedouin Fighter shuffled back into the sixth spot, long way back still to Sergeant Strawberry last. 47.03 seconds for that opening half mile. Charger, the leader, a length, ready to pounce, keeps moving up the rail, and now ready to pounce, moves up the inside. Realm of Law going to have to go to the far outside. Incitatus in behind the front trio, ready to pounce to the top of the short stretch, and Realm of Law now 1-2, having moved by Charger third. Incitatus is still in fourth position. Then Emphasize, Bedouin Fighter at the back of the pack as they turn for home. Realm of Law and ready to pounce, going at it for the lead. Ready to pounce has the lead to the inside. Realm of Law going to have to find more. Ready to pounce already, though, has kicked on, opened up 3, 4, 5 lengths to the good. At the line, it's going to be ready to pounce. Brian Hernandez Jr. ready to pounce wins it. Realm of Law is going to be across the line at second. Emphasize is trying to come up the inside, does so to grab the third position, and then Charger was across the line at fourth, close for fifth. Incitatus or Bedouin Fighter.
A second win on the day for Lothenbach Stables, and trainer Neil Pessin, ready to pounce, does just that with a rail skimming ride here by Brian Hernandez Jr. A nice win as he shows that dirt is not going to be an issue moving forward.
Yeah, it has some nice dirt performers on the female side of the family, and it proved to be true as this horse goes from turf to dirt, stretches out in distance, and extremely well prepared by Neil Pessin, who Scott said gets 2 so far on today's program. The number 10 horse, who was Realm of Law, going off as your 6-5 favorite, finishes second. Rounding out the try is the 4, Emphasize.
In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third, the Summer Wind, one ready to pounce. 2 wins today for Lothenbach Stables Incorporated. More in a moment. Number 3, Bedouin Fighter, and number 7, Incitatus, dead heat for 5th. So a dead heat for that 5th spot to complete the Super High 5. 3 Bedouin Fighter and 7 Incitatus in that dead heat for the 5th position. Recapping the winner, 1 ready to pounce. 2 wins today for Lothenbach Stables Incorporated of Bob Lothenbach and for trainer Neil Pessin. Brian Hernandez Jr. is the winning jockey. Ready to pounce, the 3-year-old son of More Than Ready, out of Single Solution by Flatter, bred in Kentucky by Lothenbach Stables Incorporated. Off the turf, 1 mile over the main track, listed muddy, 1 minute 36.26 seconds. The unofficial results, the 1 ready to pounce finished first, the 10 Realm of Law second, the 4 Emphasize third, 12 Charger was fourth, and then 3 Bedouin Fighter and 7 Incitatus in a dead heat for 5th. 110, 412, 3, 110, 412, 7. The successful Super High 5 combinations results are official now. Refer to the video boards and television monitors for further information. Results official. Keeneland's third race. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 jackpot, $9,195 for the next applicable race, which will be coming up later today in race 6. Keeneland's 4th race is on the way. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. All races today to be contested on the main track, which is currently listed as muddy. We are off the turf, everything on the main track today. No changes in this 4th race. Looking ahead to race 5, a reminder, race 5 off the turf, 1 mile main track. Scratch the 1 Lavish McTavish. Scratch the 4 Weather Prayer. Scratch the 8 Dance Some Mo. Also scratch 9 Find New Roads. Scratch 10 February Sun. Scratch 12 King of Miami, as well as 13 Commodore Perry and 14 Happy American. Again, scratch 1 Lavish McTavish, scratch 4 Weather Prayer, scratch 8 Dance Some Mo, scratch 9 Find New Roads, scratch 10 February Sun. Also scratch 12 King of Miami, 13 Commodore Perry, and 14 Happy American. As a result of those scratches, no Super High 5 on that 5th race. The 6th event has no changes at this time. Again, race 6 will have a carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $9,195. 7th race off the turf, 1 1/8 main track. 7th race off the turf, 1 1/8 on the main track. Scratch the 2 Reina del Sol. Scratch 3 Girls on Fire. Also scratch 6 Viburnum, 7 Go Big Green, and 8 American West. Again, scratch 2 Reina del Sol, 3 Girls on Fire. Also scratch 6 Viburnum, 7 Go Big Green, and 8 American West. As a result of those scratches, no Super High 5, no Superfecta, no Trifecta, no show wagering on race 7. A reminder, the 9 'Tis Splendid News draws into the race. 8th and final event, scratch the 10 Watermark. 8th and final event, scratch 10 Watermark. Jockey for the 1, Fine Prospect Tour, Martin Pedroza. That's the 1, Fine Prospect Tour. Jockey Martin Pedroza, weight is okay. Overweight, 3 Amber Waves. The jockey, 3 pounds over. Everything on the main track, we are off the turf, main track muddy.
On to race number 4 as we continue to get snow flurries with the sun out this time here at Keeneland Racecourse. And this 4th race does start the late pick 5 for the Wednesday card, 8-race card here this afternoon. The number 3 horse is my top play, Can't Bet 'Em All, for Eric Foster, a son of McLean's Music, who races on the dirt for the first time since a maiden 50 attempt back during the summer meet here at Keeneland Racecourse. Prior to that, was running at Del Mar and even Churchill Downs. But I think that this gelding, first off the claim for Eric Foster, who can win off the claim, he's 13% with his recent claims, can show up on the scene late. That's my angle with this number 3 horse. And Gerardo Corrales already with a win on the card today, coming from off the pace at the top of the short stretch. And this one not going to be in that situation. But bottom line is, we know that Corrales can finish strong, and I think that that's what we're going to see from Can't Bet 'Em All, who is a fantastic price right now at 5-1. Kickin' Kirby is my second choice for Nick Zito, son of Dialed In, who broke his maiden 2 starts back on a muddy surface at Oaklawn, going 3/4 of a mile. They tried him against winners in a pretty tough 16-claimer. Jack Vanberg is the winner of that race. He's had some backlash to him, so finish 4th in that kind of a race, I think will go a long way here today. He's one that should have some speed away from the starting gate. He'll be out in front of my top selection, the 3 Can't Bet 'Em All, but you've got to respect Kickin' Kirby. He is Coast's second choice in the wagering. And then finally, Hard Sting for Andrew McKeever, who owns this gelding as well. Drayden Van Dyke is in the saddle. He'll cut back in distance with this hard-spun gelding. He hasn't sprinted in quite some time. He broke his maiden going a 1-turn mile at Laurel, which is encouraging, Gabby, as we know, going 7/8 out of the chute is as close to that as you can get here at Keeneland Racecourse. So he's 3-1 right now. We'll see what the tactics are with this 4-year-old gelding. But playing against this favorite, the number 5 horse, who's 3-2 right now on the board, Frontman.
I'm going against this favorite, too, with the number 2 Hard Sting. So we'll pick up where you left off, Scott. I love the cut back in distance or turn back in distance for this horse. Last time out, second start out of the McKeever barn, they stretched him out to 1 1/16, and it looked like he made a bit of an early move and then just faded to finish 3rd. To me, it just looked like he can't go that far. His best races, one of his races, in fact, when he broke his maiden, was going the 1-turn mile at Laurel. And just on form, his best races seem like they've come when he's gone 1 turn and he can close into the pace. Now, I don't know if he's going to be on the lead today. It's not that fast of a pace, but I certainly hope that he gets a target to run to under Drayden Van Dyke, because it just looks like he's better 1 turn, a 1-turn closer, not a 2-turn horse that's forwardly placed. So like the moves here with the 2 Hard Sting. As we go to your favorite, the number 5 Frontman, the blinkers coming off, and he's been going against $30,000 claimers as of late at Turfway, so it takes a little bit of a drop in class. But he's still kind of an unknown on the main track. His synthetic races are fine, his turf races are fine, but his worst races are on the dirt. So just playing devil's advocate for a horse that is such a heavy favorite, you can argue that he's a class of the race, but we don't know how fast he actually is on the main track. The 3, Can't Bet 'Em All, is going to be the 3rd selection. Stepping back up in class from the $15,000 event in which he ran last time out to $20,000 today. It's really I question his class against this competition. He doesn't seem like he's had a good time of it when he even has faced $7,500 claimers, which was a couple races back in January. So how will he fare against $20,000 claimers? I really did think that there was a big gap between my top 2 selections and kind of the rest of the field. But if you're looking for a little bit of a price, maybe the 3 Can't Bet 'Em All can step up a little in class. But 8-5 on your favorite Frontman, as we're 14 minutes away from race 4.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race. $20,000 the claiming price for these 3-year-olds and up. 7 furlongs, about 7 furlongs. It is the Beard Course distance, 7 furlongs, 184 feet. Track is listed muddy. Double pick 3, start of the late pick 5. We are off the turf today, so a reminder, it is an all-main track late pick 5. No changes in this fourth race. Post time 7 minutes away.
Coming up on the fourth race this afternoon, the first leg of the late pick 5 sequence, as Kurt just previously mentioned, it's an all dirt late pick 5. We are off the turf today. This race, though, originally carded for the dirt, and no scratches in here. And Scott and I pretty much landed on the same top 3 horses. There was just only one other horse that kind of caught my eye as they were coming over to the track. So I wanted to kind of add him into the mix here, the number 1 Arareco Lake for Cirilio Gorostieta. Thought this horse made a really nice appearance, and his last couple of races, really, he's been running at the same level as your heavy favorite has, and he actually has been forwardly placed in those events. It hasn't had the stamina to quite get the mile, but now he does cut back in distance. I will say I'm not crazy about the rail post because he just kind of seems like he's not fast enough to clear and not slow enough to take back and make a move into the pace. So kind of an awkward post position for this horse in particular, but he did make a nice appearance on the track, so maybe one to consider as he is on the board right now at 20-1. I think a horse that you could maybe throw into some exactas and trifectas as we are coming up on the fourth race once again to start the late pick 5.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, start of the all-main track, late pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off. Kicking Kirby comes right out for the lead. Ararico Lake has some early speed down to the inside. Can't Bet 'em All is also up close. Front Man comes away running in the fourth position. Kickin' Kirby has the lead, though. Kickin' Kirby leads at 3/4 of a length. Front Man is second. Hemp Heaven stacks up to the far outside. Ararico Lake is up close down toward the inside. Can't Bet 'em All is in between horses running in fifth, now taking fourth by a head. And then Hard Sting, who's last, but right there with the rest, 4 lengths from the front, moving up toward the outside. 23.55 seconds. That was the time for the opening quarter. Kickin' Kirby is the leader, 3/4 of a length. Hemp Heaven second by a head to the outside. Front Man is third in between that pair into the far turn, has lost some ground there. Drops back between horses. Oh, an awkward move for Ararico Lake, who had to check in traffic and had to drop out 2 spots from fourth to last around the turn. Can't Bet 'em All moves up. Hard Sting is moving up ahead of that one. In fact, it's a 3-way shuffle for the lead now. Hemp Heaven, the leader. Can't Bet 'em All going to make it a 4-way shuffle to the far outside. Hard Sting is 3 lanes off the rail, and Kickin' Kirby is still there to the inside. Those 4 lined up across the track. Can't Bet 'em All swings out to the center of the track, pokes ahead in front. Hemp Heaven is there to the inside, and Hard Sting fights on between that pair. These 3 to the front now past the 8th pole. Can't Bet 'em All head in front. Hemp Heaven fighting on. Hard Sting is still right there fighting as well. Hemp Heaven regains the lead down to the inside. 16th pole. Hemp Heaven leads it by a length. Hemp Heaven. Julie Burke. Hemp Heaven to win it. Hard Sting was home second. Can't Bet 'em All was across the line in third. Ararico Lake was fourth, and further back Front Man was fifth.
What an effort from Hemp Heaven for Jimmy Corrigan and Julie Burke down on the inside as they spin for home. They're 4 across the track, able to hang in down on the inside and pull off this victory at odds of 9-1.
Yeah, you don't normally see this. 3 horses coming down to the finish line, and the fact that the 6th Hemp Heaven actually comes back and resilient on the inside. This horse was absolutely tenacious, finding a second wind in the end to get up for the victory easily in the end. 6, 2, 3 across the board. The 6 Hemp Heaven, your winner at 9-1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. 6 Hemp Heaven was first, 2 Hard Sting was second, 3 Can't Bet 'Em All was third, and 1 Ararico Lake was fourth. 6-2-3-1, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, 6 Hemp Heaven, owned by Souped Up Stables of Tom Campbell, trained by Jimmy Corrigan, Julie Burke, the winning jockey. Hemp Heaven, a 3-year-old gelded son of Dialed In out of Holiday for Kitten by Kitten's Joy, bred in Kentucky by Kenneth and Sarah Ramsey. Beard course about 7 furlongs, 1 minute 27.26 seconds. Results of race 4 official, 6-2-3-1, the official results. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here, and the start of the late pick 4. We are off the turf. All Keeneland races today to be contested on the main track. So race 5 comes off the turf 1 mile over the main track, which is listed muddy. Scratch the 1, Lavish McTavish. Scratch the 4, Weather Prayer. Scratch 8, Dance Some Mo. Scratch 9, Find New Road. Scratch the 10, February Sun. Scratch 12, King of Miami. 13, Commodore Perry. And 14, Happy American. Again, scratch 1, Lavish McTavish. Scratch 4, Weather Prayer. Scratch 8, Dance Some Mo. Also scratch 9, Find New Roads. Scratch 10, February Sun. And scratch 12, King of Miami. 13, Commodore Perry. And 14, Happy American. As a result of those scratches, no super high 5 on this fifth race. And again, race 5 is at 1 mile on the main track. Looking ahead to the sixth race, no changes in race 6. There will be a carryover in race 6 for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $9,195. Seventh race, race 7 is off the turf, 1 1/8 on the main track. Seventh race, off the turf, 1 1/8 main track. Scratch 2, Reina del Sol. Scratch 3, Girls on Fire. Scratch 6, Viburnum. 7, Go Big Green. And 8, American West. Again, scratch 2, Reina del Sol. Scratch 3, Girls on Fire. Scratch 6, Viburnum. 7, Go Big Green. And 8, American West. No super high 5, no superfecta, no trifecta, no show wagering on race 7. A reminder that number 9, 'Tis Splendid News, draws into the race. Eighth and final event, scratch the 10 watermark. Eighth and final event, scratch the 10 watermark. Jockey for the 1, Fine Prospect Sure, Martine Pedroza. That's the 1, Fine Prospect Sure, Martine Pedroza, the jockey. Weight is okay. Overweight, 3 Amber Waves, jockey 3 pounds over. Main track listed money, all Keeneland races today on the main track. At Keeneland, please note that the condition of the main track is now good. At Keeneland, please note the condition of the main track is now good.
Late pick 4 time, starting with race number 5. 3-year-old maidens on the main track at 1 mile. A 50-cent minimum wager on that late pick 4. Several scratches in here, as you can see. And 3 horses getting attention here as far as the favorites are concerned, led by Snowhouse for Juddmonte, Brad Cox, and in this instance, Florent Giroux. I go to the number 7 horse, Pregame, a son of More Than Ready, who gets back onto dirt. Tried the turf last time out. Obviously, they were pointed in that direction here today, and he ran a solid 3rd on that afternoon. But his dirt races, he ran against some tough runners, including his 2nd start, beaten by Prevalence, the highly thought of Godolphin runner, and Stage Raider, the half-brother to Justify, who we saw absolutely blow the doors off of a field a few weeks back for Mr. John Gunther. But look for Pregame throwing a big race here this afternoon. Luis Saez is in the saddle. Rusty Arnold, the conditioner, Ashbrook Farm, and others involved with this son of More Than Ready as we look for another son of More Than Ready to win here today on this card on the now good listed main track. My second choice just to the inside of the 7, Purple Dream for Paulo Lobo. Didn't break all that sharply on debut and ran on nicely late. So hopefully he can break a bit better here today, going the 2-turn 1 mile with Joe Talamo in the saddle. Son of Point of Entry out of the mare TH approval. I don't have a problem with it in a race taken off the turf course. We'll see how he handles this stretch out to a route. That should move him forward more than anything. And then the 11 horse running for cover for Roger Atfield. Surface change here. He's tried turf. He's tried synthetic. He's run all right in a few of them. He hasn't raced in 6 months. But let's see if this surface change can wake him up. Adam Beschizza looking for another win on the card. That's the rider for the Hall of Famer Roger Atfield. He's a grandson of City Zip, Langfear on the dam side. These are types of pedigrees, Gabby, that can run on anything based on past performances through the generations.
Scott, I did go to the 6 Purple Dream. I really thought this horse was interesting, whether it be on the turf or the dirt, because of his first race. We went back and watched his first race on today at Keeneland at Turfway, where he ran 3/4 and finished a closing 2nd. So if you go back and watch the beginning of that race, it says in the short comment that he lost his best chance at the start. And I would agree with that. This horse was just taken back early. And then it took him a couple of strides to really start figuring things out. And then after that, if you watch the replay from pretty much the quarter pole to the finish line, this horse is closing so fast and running around the field like they were tied to a pole. So I simply think that he needed his first race, and he actually does have a lot of talent. Now, does that talent come on the main track? Does it come on the turf course, as Paulo Lobo originally wanted to try this horse on the turf? He's by Point of Entry. He's a half to a turf winner. But I do think this pedigree could maybe even go both ways. So Purple Dream, I won't give up on him, even though he is coming to the main track today. I just thought his first race was really interesting. The 7 Pregame is coming out of tough dirt races. His first race, he went against a horse by the name of Beep Beep, who's okay, and then he came back to not pick up his feet whatsoever. He was outrun against Prevalence, Stage Raider, Ghazali. Stage Raider's that half-brother to Justify that won so impressively here for trainer Chad Brown a few weeks ago. Prevalence, of course, for trainer Brendan Walsh. Highly regarded Godolphin homebred too. So that race was just ultra tough. The class relief, I can't even say it enough, from that race to this race today is significant. And maybe this horse will ultimately be better on the turf. I just think he's probably going better. He's better at 2 turns because he just doesn't have a lot of early speed. But happy to see him wake up going 2 turns on the turf last time out, and I think he can translate that back to the main track today. And then finally, the number 3 Snow House, maybe a hunch bet since we've had some snow flurries throughout the afternoon. 7-5 right now. The Juddmonte Farms homebred by Twirling Candy. Has some really nice pedigree on the bottom side, even going back to the 2nd generation, was a Grade 1 winner in England. And they started this horse out on the turf, but Twirling Candies, I do think that they can run on any surface, and especially when you get Bernardini on the bottom side of the pedigree, you would think that this horse can probably fare for himself on the main track. And one thing you have to like about him is that he does have two-turn experience, albeit on the turf. But sometimes that really does help them when they come to the main track. Fitness is key when they're going 2 turns on the main track for the first time, a couple of these horses stretching out in distance. So the 3 Snow House, I don't know if I'm quite sold at 7 to 5. I think that's actually a really low price. I think that the horse to beat is really the 7, considering the races that he's coming out of. So 7 to 5 is a short price. I would try to go elsewhere here, but he is your current favorite on the board as we are 15 minutes away to kick off the first leg of the late pick 4. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race, the Samson, maiden special weight for 3-year-olds. This race comes off the turf. It goes 1 mile on the main track. The main track is now listed good. Scratch the 1, Lavish McTavish. Scratch 4, Weather Prayer. Scratch 8, Dance Some Mo. Scratch the 9, Find New Roads. Also scratch 10, February Sun. And scratch 12, King of Miami, 13, Commodore Perry, and 14, Happy American. No super high 5 wager on this fifth race. Double and pick 3 wagering are featured, though. It's also the start of an all-main track late pick 4. Post time in 7 minutes, 1 mile over the main track. Race 5.
Watching these horses warm up for race number 5, which again does start the late pick 4, 50-cent minimum wager, 6 minutes to post. There's a look at Snow House for Judd Mont and trainer Brad Cox. Florent Giroux in the saddle. Looks nice as he's warming up for his second career start. Debuted at the fairgrounds on the turf course. Obviously aiming for that here today. But with it washed off, they're going to give it a go on the main track. He's currently sitting at 9-5 on the tote board. Can't knock him at all based on the way that he looks. And the number 5 horse, Tango, 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 he's taking some action. He's 8-1 right now, a first-time starter for Calumet Farm and Jack Sisterson. You can see he's feeling good out there with the pony, and we'll see if he can take to the dirt here today. He's obviously on the top side. When you see Tourist, you're going to think turf, and that's why they were going to run him on the turf, being a Breeders' Cup mile winner and the fastest ever. But he's Tourist is on a tiz now, so that might come through here today for this debut effort. Should be plenty fit. He's had several 5/8 works here recently at Keeneland Racecourse, so he's very familiar with this main track. In fact, he fired a bullet 4 furlongs and 47-1 out of the gate back in mid-February as they were starting to ramp him up towards those 5/8 workouts. So horse that's feeling good, taking some play at odds of 8-1, maybe worth considering Tango, Tango, Tango in the black and gold of Calumet. We're 5 minutes away from the start of the late pick 4.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fifth race, the Samson, start of the all-main track late pick 4. Race 5, 1 mile on the main track. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There goes Snowhouse. Pre-game is there from the outside. Snowhouse and Pre-game go 1-2 as they move into the first turn. Snowhouse will have the early lead. Pre-game second. Tango, Tango, Tango. Third quickly settles down to the rail right behind the leader. As they move around the first turn, running for covers between horses in fourth. Purple Dream, 3 lanes off the rail, moving up wide from fifth, now taking fourth, just over 2 lengths off the lead. Dogwood's Cosby is sixth and last after the opening quarter at 24.19 seconds. On to the backstretch they go. Snowhouse the leader. Snowhouse is in front 3/4 of a length. Pre-game is second by a length to Purple Dream. Tango, Tango, Tango. Fourth to the inside by just a head. Running for cover fifth in between horses. Break of just over 2 more lengths back to Dogwood's Cosby, who continues to trail at the midpoint of the backstretch. It is Snowhouse and Pre-game, joined by Purple Dream to the far outside, the first half mile, 48.64 seconds. Tango, Tango, Tango to the inside. Running for cover is next. Break of 5 more back to Dogwood's Cosby last. They move on to the far turn. Snowhouse the leader. Pre-game a neck off the lead in the second position by a length. Purple Dream still third up to the far outside as they come to the quarter pole. Tango, Tango, Tango in fourth. Running for cover fifth. Long way back to Dogwood's Cosby, top of the short stretch. Snowhouse leads at a neck. Pre-game tries to draw alongside again from second. They turn into the stretch. Gap of 5 back to Tango, Tango, Tango. Purple Dream. Fourth up on the outside. Pre-game is right alongside of Snowhouse. What a battle. Snowhouse fighting on. Pre-game is there. Tango, Tango, Tango. Third out in the center of the track. It is Snowhouse regaining a full length advantage. Now a length and a half. And Snowhouse wins it for Florent Giroux. Pre-game second. Tango, Tango, Tango third. And then Purple Dream across the line in fourth. Running for cover was fifth. And Dogwood's Cosby sixth.
He made it to the lead early on, Snowhouse and Florent Giroux, and he always had the number 7 horse pregame right there with him. Saya is able to get on even terms with him, but that's as far as it goes as Florent finds more on this with the Son of Twirling Candy, and he's going to be able to draw off and win this one pretty convincingly in the end.
Yeah, you can see here pregame comes up to the number 3, Snowhouse, and then he just absolutely turns back that challenge and really discouraged the run of the 7 pregame as he finds a second gear here to get to the finish line. A nice ride by Florent Giroux to never give up on this horse as he gets the win at even money.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race: 3 Snowhouse was first, 7 pregame second, 5 Tango 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 was third, and 6 Purple Dream was fourth. 3756 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 5th race, the Samson 3 Snowhouse, owned by Juddmonte of Fahad bin Khalid, trained by Brad Cox. Florent Giroux is the jockey. Snowhouse, a 3-year-old son of Twirling Candy, out of Structure by Bernardini, bred in Kentucky by Juddmonte Farms Incorporated. Off the turf, 1 mile on the main track listed good, 1 minute 36.92 seconds. Race 5, results official, 3756, the official results for Keeneland's 5th race. Keeneland's 6th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $9,195. Early pick 5 today, paid on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. 6th race again will feature double and pick 3 wagering. And there are no changes in race 6. Main track is listed good. 7th race off the turf, 1 1/8 on the main track. Seventh race off the turf, mile and an eighth main track. In race 7, scratch the 2, Reina del Sol. Scratch 3, Girls on Fire. Also scratch 6, Viburnum. 7, Go Big Green, and 8, American West. Again, scratch 2, Reina del Sol. 3, Girls on Fire. Also scratch 6, Viburnum. 7, Go Big Green, and 8, American West. No super high five, no superfecta, no trifecta, no show wagering on race 7. A reminder, number 9, 'Tis Splendid News, draws into the race. Eighth and final event, scratch 10, Watermark. That's the eighth and final event, scratch 10, Watermark. Jockey for the one fine Prospect Chore, Martin Pedroza. It's the one fine Prospect Chore. Martin Pedroza, weight is okay. Overweight, 3 Amber Waves. The jockey, 3 pounds over. All main track good. Fourth, Final Furlong Job Security has opened up 5-6 lengths clear of High Tide. It is Job Security who is rolling on at the 16th pole for Adam Beschitza. Job Security will take the opener at Keeneland. High Tide will come across the line in the second position, and then further back, Tallest of the Tall is running on late and does leads it by 3 lengths. Resurrection Road, who had that early lead, now rallying back, got shuffled to last on the far turn, and is back up on the outside to take the lead again. Resurrection Road, Gerardo Corrales to win it. Golden Curl. Realm of Law going to have to find more. Ready to Pounce already, though, has kicked on. Opened up 3, 4, 5 lengths to the good. At the line is going to be Ready to Pounce. Brian Hernandez Jr. Ready to Pounce wins it. Realm of Law is going to be across the line at second. Emphasize is trying to come up the inside. Does so. Sting fights on between that pair. These 3 to the front now past the 8th pole. Can't bet them all. Head in front. Hemp Heaven fighting on. Hard Sting is still right there fighting as well. Hemp Heaven regains the lead down to the inside. 16th pole. Hemp Heaven leads it by a length. Hemp Heaven. Julie Burke. Hemp Heaven to win it. Hard Sting was home second. Can't bet them all was across the line in third. Arerico Lake was Snowhouse. What a battle. Snowhouse fighting on. Pre-game is there. Tango, Tango, Tango. Third out in the center of the track. It is Snowhouse regaining a full length advantage. Now a length and a half. And Snowhouse wins it for Florent Giroux. Pre-game second.
The excitement of Kentucky Derby Week and the return of the Keeneland April Horses of Racing Age sale. Backed by a history of success, the 2021 April sale introduces a new integrated format featuring an enhanced all-digital catalog and the option to buy horses on site in the Keeneland sales ring or remote from anywhere in the world. The April Horses of Racing Age sale, Monday, April 26th.
Last chance to play pick 3 on the Wednesday card begins here with race number 6, 16 minutes to post. And the current favorite is my top selection, the number 7 horse in here, Excursion, for trainer Graham Motion and Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners, as well as others, a son of Curlin, who takes a massive drop down in class here today. This one, higher things were expected of him, but it just has not panned out so far over the course of his career. He's raced on the dirt. They give him a shot on the synthetic at Turfway Park, and today he will drop down to the lowest level in which he's ever competed at. And Graham Motion, as many trainers in situations like this, when you drop a horse from a maiden special weight to a maiden claimer or a first-time maiden claimer, a high percentage. Graham Motion close to 30% in that instance. Joel Rosario accepts the call 9-5. A lot of reasons to think that this gelding will take a huge leap forward today on the class relief that he is receiving in race number 6. Good Juju is my second choice, the number 6 horse. Good Juju, trained by Ian Wilkes, son of Go Sapper. He's knocked on the door at this level in his last couple. One at Churchill, one at Turfway Park. So if the wake-up call for the favorite doesn't occur here today, this could be a chance for him to break through and to just be his turn to win at this level. He's yet to be favored in this at a maiden 30 level so far. He's probably not going to be here today, second choice, but he's a strong alternative to Excursion if you're willing to take a shot against the 9-5 favorite. And then finally, Gabby, I'll go to I'm Intrigued for Brad Cox, Florent Giroux. We just saw them win the 5th race. This one is cold on the board, though. Really not any play whatsoever. And the same could be said with his debut. For a Brad Cox runner to go off at 4-1 in a field of 6, that is a big price, especially up at Turfway Park. So maybe a little bit reluctant on this one based on the lack of action that he is receiving right now. 8-1 on the board.
Scott, I did go to the number 6, Good Juju, hoping for some of that in this race as well, and hoping to get a winner today. This one for trainer Ian Wilkes. Actually walking right past me here. It looks good in the paddock for trainer Ian Wilkes. If you look at his form, though, his best race by far, or I shouldn't say by far, but his best races have come at this $30,000 level. He's had a couple of starts, so I could understand why people might give up on him at this point in the game, as he's been running against $30,000 claimers in his last 2 starts. But I did think this race came up pretty easy, especially when you compare them to the fields that he was facing in his last 2 races. And you have to like the fact that he's at least got some natural early speed, and he should be forwardly placed in this event at 1 mile and a 16th. So I did land on him as a top pick. And then the 3, I'm Intrigued, that second-time starter for trainer Brad Cox. I don't know what to make of him. His first race, it was a smaller field. It was a field of 6, and he wound up finishing 4th, being over 5 lengths. He didn't really do any running that day. So I can understand why the betting public might be a little bit cool on him, because he just didn't really show anything in his first race. But it is Brad Cox. This horse is making his second start, now getting more distance. So maybe we can see an aggressive ride by Florent Giroux. Maybe he just is a one-paced horse, and he would be better to be forwardly placed so he doesn't really have to make that move from off of it. And then finally, the 7, Excursion. He does drop in class. His last race, his only race recently on the main track, was over a sloppy sealed track at Laurel, and he ran well in there too. Again, these are horses that in their past form we just haven't really seen them do much in terms of within the running of the race. They don't really close, they just kind of seem one-paced, and he kind of has the look of that as well. So it will be curious to see how aggressive these riders are, who wants to go to the lead. I do think that the 6, Good Juju is probably the fastest early, but some of the riders in here might think their best hope is to go to the lead, or at least be forwardly placed. But the 7, Excursion, I like in third, just because he is getting that class relief. So it's going to be 6, 3, 7 for me to kick off the late pick 3.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's 6th race. Maidens, $30,000 claiming price, 3 years old and up. A mile and a 16th over the main track, listed good. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s and all main track double and pick 3. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $9,195. No changes in race 6. This race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. And again, an all main track double and pick 3 sequence. Post time in 7 minutes for race 6.
6 minutes away from race number 6 here at Keeneland, and we're going to start with the one-horse Tiz Valentino Days, who was feeling good when he came out onto the track. He settled in a bit here with the pony, son of Birdstone. This is a big jump up for him, even though he was debuted in a maiden special weight at Mahoning Valley. The competition most certainly has to be viewed as a tougher spot here today. Thus, he's 16-1. But like the way that he was feeling, the adjustments being made, obviously the drop, Lasix for the first time, and blinkers for the first time in just his second start. So at 16-1, maybe one to consider underneath. The number 5 horse, Winning Prospect. This is another one for Ben Colebrook. And Winning Prospect is a horse that faced some tough runners. On debut was with trainer George Papapadromou in Southern California at Santa Anita, a race that was the debut effort for Cezanne. Cezanne, we hadn't seen him in a while since the Shared Belief last year at Del Mar, but he recently put together a giant effort at Santa Anita. If you missed that racing this past weekend, where he earned a triple-digit Beyer speed figure. But the bottom line is this is the easiest group that Winning Prospect will see to date, and he is 12-1 right now. And then Good Juju for Ian Wilkes. Looks nice. Bottom line, Chestnut son of Go Sapper, looking for the right group, and maybe he's just found it here today, as he is currently sitting at 5-2 on the tote board, just a half a tick above the number 7 horse, who continues to be the favorite. That is Excursion for Graham Motion. 5 minutes away from race 6. Again, this starts the final pick 3 this afternoon.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race. Your attention, please. A late scratch in Keeneland's 6th race scratched the 5 winning prospect. In Keeneland's 6th race, scratched the 5 winning prospect. Stewards are scratching number 5 on the advice of the veterinarian. Horses have reached the starting gate and are moving into line for race 6. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. There's Tiz Valentino Days from the inside, but here come a Good Juju and also Sir Nuisance between horses, but Tiz Valentino Days outsteps them to the first turn. Tiz Valentino Days, the early leader. Good Juju second. There's Excursion, swings up on the far outside. From third, Adara hugs the rail in fourth. Sir Nuisance backs away. Down to the inside in fifth. I'm Intrigued is sixth to the outside of that one, and Tiz the Journey, last of the 7 around the turn. Tiz Valentino Days against the rail is the leader, 24.49 seconds, the time for the opening quarter, but here's Here's Good Juju right alongside. Good Juju puts ahead in front onto the backstretch. Excursion moves up a closer third out in the center of the track, a length off the lead. Adara fourth in between horses. I'm Intrigued is fifth. The break of 6 more lengths then back to Sir Nuisance and Tis the Journey, who moves up 1 spot against the rail from last at the midpoint of the backstretch. Good Juju, Tis Valentino Days joined by Excursion. That's the battle for the lead. 48.59 seconds was the time for the opening half mile. Adara fourth down toward the inside. 2 lengths from the front. I'm Intrigued is next. Then a break of 6 more back to Tis the Journey. 3 more back of that one. Sir Nuisance last. Good Juju, the leader now by a length and a half to the far turn. And here comes Adara between horses. Excursion is there up toward the outside. Adara is moving up now to take the second position around the turn. Still 2 lengths from the front. Excursion third and trying to move along with that one. That pair trying to keep pace with Good Juju, who's 3 lengths to the good to the top of the short stretch. Good Juju leads it by 4. Adara second. Excursion third. The rest have work to do. Turning for home. Good Juju, a 4-length lead into the final furlong. Adara second. Excursion still there third up on the outside. Tis the Journey goes fourth. Tis Valentino Days is fifth back toward the rail, but Good Juju's in front, and Good Juju's going to win it for Julian Leperoux. Good Juju home on top. Adara across the line in second. Excursion was third. Tis the Journey was fourth, and Tis Valentino Days was fifth.
Pretty straightforward effort here from the son of Ghost Sapper. Good Juju, Gabby, had been knocking on the door at this level. Well, today he bursts through it as he picks up his first win in his 9th career start.
He finally met the right field today to get that first victory, and a good ride by Julien Leperoux, who just sat off of the early pace setter. He knew the horse that was underneath of him didn't want to make any type of premature move throughout the running of the race, and that proved to be the right move here as the 6 Good Juju, forwardly placed, gets the win for trainer Ian Wilkes today. It's going to be 6-2-7-8 across the line.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. 6 Good Juju first. 2 Adara was second. 7 Excursion was third. 8 Tis the Journey was fourth. And 1 Tis Valentino Days was fifth. 6-2-7-8-1 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, number 6, Good Juju, owned by Anita Ebert Racing LLC of Anita Ebert, trained by Ian Wilkes, the jockey Julien Leperoux. Good Juju, a 4-year-old gelded son of Ghost Sapper out of High Heels by E. Dubai, bred in Kentucky by Anita Colley Breeding LLC. Mile and a 16th over the main track listed good, 1 minute 44.51 seconds. Race 6, results official. 62781, the official results for Keeneland's 6th race. Keeneland's featured 7th race upcoming. Race 7 off the turf, mile and an eighth, main track. 7th race off the turf, mile and an eighth on the main track, listed good. Scratch the 2, Reina del Sol. Scratch 3, Girls on Fire. Also scratch 6, Viburnum, 7, Go Big Green, and 8, American West. Again, scratch the 2, Reina del Sol. Scratch 3, Girls on Fire. Also scratch the 6, Viburnum, 7, Go Big Green, and 8, American West. No super high five, no superfecta, no trifecta, no show wagering on race 7. A reminder that number 9, Tis Splendid News, draws into the race. Race 7, off the turf, mile and an eighth, main track, listed good. 8th and final event, scratch the 10 watermark. That's the 8th and final event, scratch the 10 watermark. Jockey for the 1 Fine Prospecture, Martin Pedroza. That's the 1 Fine Prospecture, Martin Pedroza, the jockey. Weight is okay. Overweight, 3 Amber Waves, the jockey 3 pounds over. 3 Amber Waves, jockey 3 pounds over. There will be a carryover in race 8 for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $10,530.
Race number 7, taken off the turf course now at 1.125 on the main track. And no surprises with the action that Tis Splendid News is taking. She is a main track only entrant, and she gets her wish today with this race being taken off the turf. She's daughter of McLean's Music, who has been very speedy in her races. She's not gone this far. That's the one question. Can she go as far as 1.125? But she should be able to slow things down with Joel Rosario, who is so masterful at getting horses to relax. So if she breaks sharp and can slow things down, she should have plenty left at the end in order to pick up another victory for her connections. Well Glory 81 Incorporated, the owners of this filly that looks like she's in line for a win here today. The second choice for me is the number 5 horse. That's Il Malocchio for Kenny McPeak, a super speedy filly who's a stakes winner up at Woodbine on the turf course. They transferred her over to Kenny McPeak to see if they might have a Oaks type of filly, is what it looks like the move was. She was third in her first try on dirt at Tampa Bay Downs in the Suncoast to a nice filly, and then she caught a couple of absolute bears in the 3-year-old filly division in Travel Column and Clairiere in the most recent Fairgrounds Oaks. So this is some class relief for her. You've got to respect her, and most are. She's 5-2. And then Forever Boss on the inside, another one for Kenny McPeak, a Tapiture filly who tries the main track for the first time. Certainly the pedigree is there on the top side. She's from an El Prado mare, but you typically think turf there. But bottom line is she's got a short field, and Brian Hernandez Jr. draws the rail in this long-distance race. So 9, 5, and 1. I'm not trying to go against the heavy favorite here, Gabby.
Nor am I, Scott. She just looks too good in this race. The 9, Tis Splendid News, going to be the top pick for me as well. So her last race was actually quite good. It was her first race since December. She was going 7 furlongs. She made the lead in a very fast pace. If you see 21-4, 44-4 for the half. Overall, she was putting on some pretty quick early fractions, and she just couldn't sustain that. But on top of that, she lost to a filly by the name of Caribbean Caper, who's a very nice Al Stahl filly. She won first time out at the fairgrounds, blew the doors off the field, and then she came back to blow the doors off the field once again today in her last race at Keeneland. And unfortunately, Tis Splendid News just had to face the likes of her. So I don't see any type of horse in here that's like the caliber of Caribbean Caper. So I do think she'll be able to control the race, and she is the class of the field as well. The 5, Il Malocchio for trainer Kenny McPeak. Scott mentioned it as well. She is getting a class relief. She ran well off the layoff and in the Suncoast at Tampa Bay Downs, and then she came back and she was just outrun by some of the top 3-year-old fillies in the country. So this is too very much a class relief. She's just a little bit slower than the 9, Tis Splendid News, in terms of her running style. She might be caught in that precarious position of just chasing the 1-2 favorite. And then the 1, Forever Boss, she probably has the least speed of the 3 that we were just previously talking about, especially in her last 2 races. We just have not seen her show up. She is a daughter of Tapiture. Very curious to see what she can do on the main track today, as all of her starts have come on the turf and on the synthetic in her last race. So maybe it is a little bit of a blessing in disguise. Maybe this filly will be okay on the main track. I just didn't like the fact that she had 0 early speed, and this is a very small, compact field. So went with the speed in the class with the 9, Tis Splendid News. I would imagine she is a single in many of those late pick 4, late pick 5 sequences. If she loses, it could open it up to some nice payouts in the final leg of the sequence. But if she wins, I think most people will have her at 1-2. She just seems like a logical favorite. And we mentioned this at the beginning of the day, probably the heaviest favorite on today's program. We're 14 minutes out from the 7th.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's featured seventh, the Benson, an allowance for 3-year-old fillies, a race that comes off the turf and goes 1 1/8 on the main track, which is listed good. Scratch the 2, Reina del Sol. Scratch 3, Girls on Fire. Scratch 6, Viburnum. Scratch 7, Go Big Green. And scratch 8, American West. No Super High 5, no Superfecta, no Trifecta, no show wagering on this 7th race. A reminder, number 9, Tis Splendid News, draws into the race. This race will start the last of the day's rolling doubles, and again off the turf, 1 1/8 on the main track, listed good. Post time, 7 minutes. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Benson, a race that comes off the turf and goes 1 1/8 miles on the main track. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Tis Splendid News, right out running for the early lead, quickly clears the inside horses, goes to the front, starts to angle down toward the rail. Tis Splendid News to the front immediately for Joel Rosario into the first turn, opening up by a couple of lengths. Forever Boss now starts to cut into the margin and moves up with a ground-saving trip against the rail from that inside starting spot within a length of the lead. Second there by a half length. And then Il Malocchio third up on the outside, gap of 2 more back to Ms. Wicked against the rail, content to trail here early. 24.23 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Tis Splendid News is the leader. Tis Splendid News on top by a 1.5 lengths. Forever Boss is second, a half length for the journey up the back stretch. Il Malocchio is third up on the outside, then a break of 3 more lengths back to Ms. Wicked, who is the trailer midpoint of the back stretch. That first half mile went in 48.13 seconds. So it is Tis Splendid News who continues to show the way, leads at a length. Forever Boss is in a tussle for second now with Il Malocchio, who moves forward a closer third up on the outside into the far turn, and then a break of 4 more lengths. Ms. Wicked is last. Tis Splendid News is the leader. Forever Boss hoping for some running room down toward the rail. Hasn't found it yet. Il Malocchio keeps that one pinned down from the outside because still they're contesting that second position, and that pair a 1.5 lengths off the lead to the top of the stretch of Tis Splendid News. Ms. Wicked is still far back and forth. There's a 1/4 mile to come. Now Forever Boss has that opening. Forever Boss scoots up against the rail and takes the lead off the far turn. Il Malocchio runs on from the outside. Tis Splendid News in between that pair. Forever Boss into the final furlong, has a 3-length lead though. And then Il Malocchio still going at it with Tis Splendid News for second. Forever Boss, who's past the 16th pole, leads it by 3.5 lengths. Forever Boss, 2 wins today for Brian Hernandez Jr. Il Malocchio was across the line in second, Tis Splendid News third, and Ms. Wicked was fourth.
The Kenny McPeak runners surrounded Tis Splendid News, who did make the lead, but she just simply did not want to go the 9 furlongs as they turned for home with a 1/4 mile left, and she starts to back up, and it's the inside filly, the one Forever Boss, who's able to kick on.
She had a perfect trip. Brian Hernandez Jr. saving ground throughout the entire way, waited for that path to open up as Joel Rosario came out probably in the 2 or 3 path, plenty of room to sneak up the rail, but she was much the best in the end, making her dirt debut a winning one. Congratulations to trainer Kenny McPeak, who rounds out the exacta, and your 1 to 5 favorite, the 9 Tis Splendid News, finishing third. But those payouts in the pick 4, pick 5 are going to be pretty nice in the next.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. 1 Forever Boss was first. 5 Il Malocchio was second. 9 Tis Splendid News was third. And 4 Ms. Wicked was fourth. 1594 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Benson 1 Forever Boss. Forever Boss is owned by Stephen R. Baker, by David Burnson LLC of David A. Burnson, and by Magdalena Racing of Sherry McPeak and others. Trained by Kenny McPeak, Brian Hernandez Jr. has his second win on the card. Forever Boss, a 3-year-old filly by Tapiture, out of Calma Prado by El Prado. The winner bred in Kentucky by Gil Masters. A race that came off the turf, 9 furlongs on the main track listed good, 1 minute 50.38 seconds. Race 7, results official. 1594, the official results for Keeneland's 7th race. Keeneland's 8th and final race upcoming. Scratch the 10 watermark. 10 watermark is scratched. Jockey for the 1 Fine Prospect Sure, Martin Pedroza. Martin Pedroza, the jockey for number 1. Weight is okay. Overweight, number 3 Amber Waves, the jockey 3 pounds over. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $10,530. Main track listed good.
18 minutes out from the 8th and final here at Keeneland on this Wednesday card. Maiden 30 claimers to round things out. Fillies and mares 3 and up, 5.5 on the main track. And the current favorite is the 11 horse on the outside. That is Tessarina for Wesley Ward. One of two in which Wesley has in here. Tessarina is a daughter of American Pharoah that hasn't raced in 5 months. She's had opportunities at this level in the past. In her last two, she's run for a maiden tag here at Keeneland, was second to Flatoya back on the 9th of October, finishing second, just beating 2 lengths, but wasn't the same sort of filly when they stretched her out to 7 furlongs. The key to her looks like cutting back in distance. Obviously, talking about the 11 horse, but I like the 1 horse in here, Fine Prospector, another one for Wesley Ward. And the rider change is significant here. Martine Pedroza gets the opportunity. Martine rode for Wesley in a very similar situation just a few weeks back in Martine's first ride in a couple of years. And Martine Pedroza, as we have documented and mentioned during that success that they had together, is one of the best gate riders in the United States, bottom line. That's how he won so many races at Fairplex in Pomona, California, around that bull ring. He is sensational, and that's how he won a couple of weeks back in his first ride in a long time. So going to the rail, look for her to flash some speed. Debut maiden claimers for Wesley Ward wins at 32%. It's a good spot to be in at 5-2 with her. Fine Prospector, especially with our man Martine Pedroza in the saddle, getting her away from the gate in good order. The number 8 horse is Shirley Green for Eric Foster. Brody's Cause filly, who I think has caught the right group here today. She's currently sitting at 9-1. If she's ready to go, as Foster has won at a 6% rate with first-time starters, I think that you got to respect her. And she's got gate workouts coming in, and another rider that I love, Gerardo Corrales, looking for another win here this afternoon. I think that she's worth the look. And then Gabby Tessarina, for all the talk that I had about her to kick things off as she is the favorite, the cutback in distance I think is the plus for her here today. And she comes in with some strong workouts for Ice Wine Stables and trainer breeder Wesley Ward.
I did pick her on top, so picking up where you left off here with this 2-1 shot for Wesley Ward. Both of his entrants taking money as first and second choice right now on the board. But the 11 Tessarina, I wanted a little bit better of a price on her. I guess I was wrong in thinking that I would get that because it is Johnny Velazquez and Wesley Ward, but she has dirtied up form. It's not like she's been the most consistent and reliable filly throughout her career. She ran well first time out when she was 2, but she's obviously had some starts and stops since then. Her one race on form, which would win this, was her race last fall at Keeneland, where she finished second to Flatoya. That was a good race. Now, she is the favorite. She's my top pick too, but just to play devil's advocate, she does have an outside draw, and she can be a little bit inconsistent. In the way that the 1 is being bet, you would think that she might even be a little bit quicker out of the stalls. So the 11 Tessarina is the top pick. The 6, Cha-Cha Mission, will be the second selection here for trainer Phil Simms. And what stood out to me about this runner was that she was pretty well bet in her first race. She went off at about 3-1 in there, and she ran to her odds. She actually ran really well, closing from off of the pace to just lose by a head. Corey Lannery does pick up the mount today for trainer Phil Simms, who's had a really good meeting thus far. And the biggest thing with her is that she's stepping up in class, whereas a couple of these fillies are actually getting class reliefs. But I do like the momentum she at least has from her first race, and I like the fact that she's warm on the tote board. She's 9-2 as your third choice. And then finally, the number 1 Final Prospector, as Scott was mentioning, Martine Pedroza picking up the call here for trainer Wesley Ward. It's taken her quite some time to get to the races, as she's been working since last fall as a 3-year-old, obviously a 2-year-old at that point in time. But all of these moves here in some of her recent workouts suggest that she might be able to have some gate speed, and if that's the case, maybe she can run the field off their feet. So the 1 Fine Prospector going to be the third pick in here as well. 11-6-1 for me, as we're 13 minutes away from the 8th and final race coming up next.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th and final race, a maiden claiming race with a claiming price of $30,000. Fillies and mares age 3 and up, 5.5 furlongs over the main track listed good. Scratch the 10, watermark number 10 is scratched. The jockey for number 1, Fine Prospecture, Martin Pedroza. That's the one, Fine Prospecture, Martin Pedroza, the jockey. Weight is okay. Overweight number 3, Amber Waves, the jockey 3 pounds over. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $10,530. Post time at 8 minutes.
Now just 6 minutes away from wrapping up the day with race number 8, maiden 30 claimers, and we're going to start the number 4 horse, Cardioversion for Ben Colebrook. She'll drop to the lowest level that she's seen. She was well beaten in her last race for maiden 40, and that was not long ago, just 12 days ago on the April 9th card here at Keeneland.
She does look very fit, though, Scott, when you look at her in comparison to some of these other horses who are a bit more lightly raced. And when you look at her form, too, she was 3-1 against maiden $40,000 types, and she's 12-1 against $30,000 claimers today. So there's value if you like her, and I definitely think she's capable of hitting the board at 12-1.
The number 6 horse is 9-2, Cha-Cha Mission for Phil Simms. You pointed out the meet that he's having. He's got this filly looking nice as she gets set for her first race on dirt at Keeneland. And some of the success that we've seen from the Phil Simms barn have been horses that have only raced at Turfway and then make their dirt debut here at Keeneland.
Yeah, she's bright on the track here, getting a warm-up there under Corey Lannery. She is stepping up in class, but like the way she's presenting herself this afternoon.
And we'll finally touch on the 7-horse Granite Candy. She came out ahead of this group. She did not fall in line in the numerical order we typically see these horses come out. And they took her off and got her warmed up and got her out in front of this field as she gets set for her first race in a long time. She hasn't raced since August of 2019, and she's a 5-year-old daughter of Twirling Candy, a New Hampshire bred, getting set to race here in Kentucky.
You don't see that often, but she, I think, is just socially distancing herself from the rest of the field, as Scott mentioned. She was the first to come out to the track, and she is staying far, far away from the rest of the field, but she can't do that for long. They're all going to have to load into the starting gate here soon.
As we're not far away, 4 minutes before the 8th and final.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th and final race. They are at the post. And they're off. Granite Candy, Amber Waves, Lucky Lauren, Fine Prospecture, and Tess Arena all show early speed, and there goes Fine Prospecture up the inside for the lead now by a length. Lucky Lauren goes in second, Tess Arena third up on the far outside, Granite Candy fourth between horses, Amber Waves against the rail is fifth, Mending alongside that one in sixth, Cha-Cha Mission to the inside is in seventh, Shirley Green is eighth, Especially You is ninth, and Cardio Version is 10th, the last 22.43 seconds. The time for the opening quarter, Fine Prospecture, the leader by 2 lengths coming off the far turn. Tess Arena moves up towards second on the outside of Lucky Lauren, who's toward the inside in third. A gap of 5 more lengths then back to Amber Waves to the inside, Granite Candy to the outside. Fine Prospecture, a 2-length lead at the 8th pole. Tess Arena takes aim at her from the outside. Fine Prospecture hanging tough though. Tess Arena still second. Then a gap of 3 back to Mending and Cardio Version running late toward third and fourth. Fine Prospecture and deep stretch here. Fine Prospecture to win it for Martine Pedroja. Going to be a battle for second. It'll be either Mending from the outside or Cardio Version from the inside for that runner-up spot.
Martine Pedroza does it again for Wesley Ward from the rail. She wasn't that fast away from the gate, to be honest with you, but he hustled it away from there, got her on the lead, and that made all the difference with his daughter of Chapiture in the nightcap.
Yeah, it just took a couple of steps coming out of the gate for Martine to get her in that front-running position. We could see Wesley Ward's other filly, the number 2 horse, trying to make a late bid, but was extremely discouraged when the one final prospector found more to dig in late. It's going to be close for second, but no doubt about the winner, Wesley Ward. Another winner here in the nightcap.
Photo for play, sold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. The 1 Fine Prospecture was first. 5 Mending was second. 4 Cardio Version third. 11 Tesserina fourth. 6 Cha-Cha Mission was fifth. 154-11-6 unofficial. And the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th and final race, number 1, Fine Prospecture. Owned by the French Connection LLC of Adrian Regan, trained by Wesley Ward, Martine Pedroza, the winning jockey. Fine Prospecture, 3-year-old filly by Tapiture out of Fine Prospect by Meadow Lake. The winner bred in Kentucky by the French Connection LLC. 5.5 furlongs over the main track listed good, 1 minute 5.28 seconds. Race 8, results official, 154-11-6, the official results. At Keeneland, the pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. Late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. There will be a carryover for tomorrow's card for the Toyota Super High 5 jackpot, $13,583. First post tomorrow, 1:05 p.m. Eastern. A reminder that advanced wagering is available on the rest of the simulcast card. Betting windows will close shortly. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.